Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. Okay. The honorable routine proceedings, the introduction of bills, the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, could you please canvass the House for leave to allow for the immediate introduction, first reading and distribution of Bill number 73, the Employment Standard Code Amendment Act, COVID vaccination leave, despite the fall that the bill does not appear on today's order paper, but is instead listed on today's notice paper.
Is there leave to allow the intermediate introduction, first reading of distribution of Bill 73, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act, COVID-19 vaccination leave, despite that the fact that the bill was not appeared on today's order paper, but instead listed on today's notice paper? Is there leave?
Agreed.
Agreed? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I move, second by the Minister of Health, that Bill number 73, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act, COVID-19 vaccination leave, be now read a first time.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, second by the Honourable Minister of Health, that Bill 73, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act, COVID-19 vaccination leave, be now read for the first time. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce Bill number 73, the Employment Standard Code Amendment Act, COVID-19 vaccination leave. The bill will amend Employment Standards Code to allow Manitoba employees to take up to 3 hours of paid leave in order to receive their COVID-19 vaccinations. It will also clarify that the existing public health emergency leave provisions apply to employees who are unable to work due to suffering side effects after receiving COVID-19 vaccination. Thank you.
Sorry, is it pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. Now we'll go on to committee reports. The Honourable Member for Radisson.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to present the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development.
Your Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development presents the following as its 10th
Dispense.
report.
The Honourable Member for Radisson.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Portage-La Prairie, that the report of the committee be received.
It was moved by the Honourable Member for Radisson, second by the Honourable Member for Portage-La Prairie, that the report of the committee be received. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. Now we'll go on to tabling of reports. Ministerial statements. The Honourable Minister of Climate and Conservation, the required 90 minutes notice prior to the routine proceedings was provided in accordance with Rule 26-2. Would the Honourable Minister please proceed with her minister statement?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The month of May is dedicated to wildfire prevention and preparedness across North America. With the severe dry conditions we are currently experiencing across southern Manitoba, we wish to remind all Manitobans of the importance of being extra careful with all activities they are planning to undertake this spring, and to be prepared in the event of an approaching wildfire. The Manitoba Wildfire Service and local fire departments are already very active in responding to wildfires, and we must all do our part to minimize the risks. Wildfire service staff and local fire department personnel from the rural municipality of Piney are currently engaged in fire operations in southeast Manitoba within the Pineland Provincial Forest. The Manitoba Wildfire Service has taken steps to implement early restrictions on burning and travel across southern Manitoba this spring. These measures are in direct support of local prevention measures. Further restrictions will be implemented until we see significant amounts of precipitation. We ask the general public to please stay away from active wildfires. Getting a photo is not worth putting your safety or that of our firefighters at risk. As part of the Department of Conservation and Climate's efforts to promote wildfire prevention and mitigation, an additional $460,000 was invested across the province this past year. Recent partnerships include involvement with FireSmart Canada in the development of wildfire prevention and mitigation materials that are relatable and relevant to Indigenous communities across Canada. This project includes support for the printing and distribution of Blazing the Trail, Celebrating Indigenous Fire Stewardship, a publication promoting action to ensure wildfire resilient communities. Also included is support for an educational outreach project through the Boreal Discovery Center at Nishinawayasik Cree Nation's traditional territory in Thompson. Programming addresses boreal forest fire ecology, fire weather, and Indigenous fire management. The Manitoba Wildfire Service will also soon launch a remote lodge and outfitter wildfire mitigation program, a unique FireSmart initiative to promote wildfire preparedness planning and ensure that lodges in remote areas are well prepared for approaching wildfires prior to the arrival of Manitoba Wildfire Services resources. Other important projects include the development of a comprehensive wildfire management strategy for the Whiteshell Provincial Park, as well as upgrades to Wildfire Service remote weather station monitoring network. Preparedness efforts include an investment of $774,000 for salaries and operating costs to support the hiring of 5 additional 5-person initial attack fire crews for the 2021 wildfire season. These highly mobile crews will be available for the deployment anywhere around the province when required. Finally, the province has also recently committed $5.2 million towards avionics, communications, and safety upgrades to our air tanker fleet. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these important prevention initiatives and financial commitments demonstrate this government's commitment to wildfire prevention, mitigation, and preparedness as we enter what we anticipate to be a very busy wildfire season. I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the dedicated women and men of our wildfire service, the members of local fire departments across the province, as well as the supporting agencies for their continued hard work and dedication in protecting Manitobans. These brave individuals face dangerous circumstances so that we can all stay safe. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As spring arrives in Manitoba, it brings warmer temperatures and with that, a risk of wildfires. Wildfires are naturally occurring and when controlled can benefit the environment by promoting forest regeneration. Unfortunately, human activity can increase the risk of wildfires and make them more dangerous. Wildfires can destroy homes and cottages, sometimes burning through entire communities and displacing thousands. Wildfires are becoming increasingly unpredictable as climate change worsens. Research shows us that climate change will increase the frequency and severity of droughts in the prairies, which will have a negative impact on agriculture and increase the likelihood of forest fires. A fire in the RM of Piney that is currently burning out of control and has consumed nearly 900 hectares of forest reminds us of the dangers close to home. According to Canadian fire researchers, if we don't significantly reduce our carbon emissions, central and southern Manitoba will see a 40% increase in area burned by 2050, and northern Manitoba will see a 78% increase. We need to act now to prevent worsening fires. Unfortunately, this government is refusing to take meaningful action on climate change. The Premier continues to pick fights in court, and the Minister herself said that their plan is not to reduce emissions, but just to let them increase less than if we'd done nothing. This is not climate leadership, it's embarrassing, and it is dangerous. At the same time, they've actively reduced our ability to fight fires. They've privatized our fire suppression program and are leasing our province's water bombers to Babcock Canada. If Babcock picks up a new contract, these planes could be used in other provinces, meaning they might not be here when we need them the most. Climate change is real. It is here, and it is putting Manitoban families at risk. Manitobans deserve a government that tackles climate change and wildfires head on, not one that actively worsens our climate outlook. I encourage all Manitobans to be fire smart this summer and to call on this government for meaningful climate action. Thank you.
The auto member for River Heights.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask leave to speak to the minister's statement.
Does the honourable member for River Heights have leave to reply to the ministerial statement? Agree? Does everybody agree? Agree, and you can proceed with the statement. The honourable member for River Heights.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this year is a dry year, and we face an increased potential for wildfires. Indeed, it's possible that the dry weather may represent a major issue for Manitoba this summer, and this may be in part because of climate change, and it may be something that we have to be prepared for, not just this summer, but in summers to come. We have a wildfire right now ongoing in the Sandilands area. On behalf of Manitoba Liberals, I extend thanks to all who've been involved in fighting this wildfire and extend our hopes that no one will lose their property or there will be no casualties. A number of years ago, we had asked that there be community fire protection plans and that these include fire breaks and the clearing of underbrush near communities to protect communities from wildfires. I note that residents like Ronnie Bugera had asked the government for such a plan for communities like Sandilands, Woodridge, and Carrick. The government, we learn, had turned them down. We are left to puzzle why the government turned them down. Certainly, the government was well aware of the need for cleaning of brush near communities to protect the communities. We had raised it earlier, and this is well known. It is hoped that the government will work more cooperatively with people and communities in areas where there will be wildfires in the future, as well as this one. This should apply to all communities at risk in Manitoba, including First Nation, Métis, and Inuit, as well as other communities. We have in Manitoba a lot of wonderful forest. We need to be good stewards of that forest, and that includes managing wildfires and protecting communities. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Member statements. The honourable member for Rossmere.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the COVID-19 virus first made the news, I was skeptical. Was this anything more than the flu? But then my friend got COVID and wound up in intensive care, and I began to take things more seriously. However, I wasn't entirely persuaded. I thought maybe he was just unlucky. Then another friend got COVID and died. Then my friend's mom got COVID and died as well. Then another friend who is 44 years old, in reasonable health, got COVID and was admitted to hospital, his blood oxygen at dangerous levels. Thankfully for his wife and 6 children, he returned home sometime later, over the worst, but weak and physically exhausted. That was last Christmas. I spoke with him recently, and he is still unable to work and still physically affected. Sometimes I feel like I'm shuffling about from better to worse to better again without making much progress. There does appear to be slow improvement, but doctors say it will take time to return to normal, hopefully later this year. 2 weeks ago, another friend got sick with COVID and found herself in intensive care. Her family asked their church to pray while she wondered if she would ever see them again. Thankfully, she's now recovering at home. People who do not have so many friends affected by this virus are fortunate, but these situations changed my mind, and I am no longer skeptical or unsure. They showed me the very real and life-threatening impacts COVID can have on families and individuals. That's why my wife and I chose to get vaccinated. Places with high vaccine uptake develop herd immunity and are opening up, something all of us want. That's why Ruth and I are vaccinated. I hope these words and stories will help others do the same. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Many Wolseley constituents receive employment and income assistance, or the EIA disability benefit. They have shared their struggles with me, and I rise today to advocate on their behalf. Currently, the monthly allowance for a single adult on EIA is $771. Anne, a Wolseley constituent, rents one of the most affordable one-bedroom apartments in Winnipeg at $713 per month. But this leaves Anne with $58 for everything else. No amount of careful budgeting can stretch $58 to cover food, toiletries, clothing, bus tickets, or even washing her laundry. No amount of financial literacy will allow Anne the joys of recreation or pet ownership. If Anne tries to improve her situation by making and selling crafts or picking up odd jobs, any money she makes will be clawed back at a rate of 70% after the first $200. This is a vicious cycle that is trapping Manitobans in poverty. In 2019, there were 43,300 active EIA case files, and this has only increased. More Manitobans need help than ever before, but instead last year, the PCs proposed a $4.5 million cut to EIA, clawed back benefits for those receiving CERB, and cut the portable housing benefit, which clawed back $200 per month from hundreds of Manitobans living with mental health challenges. No Manitoban should have to choose between rent and food, but that is the reality for people like Anne under the Pallister government. The Premier and Minister of Families need to immediately reverse their cuts and increase EIA rates to be in line with a living wage. When people have their basic needs met, they are better equipped to overcome whatever challenges they are facing. Manitobans deserve an EIA program that enables our most vulnerable to live healthy and fulfilling lives. I call on this government
The honourable
to
member's
commit
time
to
is
this
up.
today.
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today to recognize and acknowledge the life and the accomplishments of the late Ron Forsman. He was a resident of Neepawa. Ron received his education in Neepawa and as a young man worked for the Department of Highways before getting his mechanic papers in 1960. Ron had Dwayne, Sharon, Christine, and his late son, Kelly. Ron worked as an auto mechanic until 1964, and then service manager of Marie's Garage until 1974. He went on to manage, own, and operate several businesses, one of those being the ambulance service that he had purchased in 1975. In 1991, he opted to concentrate on ambulance services and was also hired to operate the Neepawa Handyvan until 2002. And in 2005, he transferred the ambulance service to the Assiniboine Regional Health Authority. Ron was an important community volunteer, and he belonged to several clubs and organizations. He had a significant role in starting the driver's education program in Neepawa and was an instructor for 7 years. I got to work with Ron during his time as councillor for the town of Neepawa, that of which he served for 25 years and 1 year as mayor. He served his community in so many ways for so many years. In 1995, Ron received the Emergency Medical Exemplary Service Medal for his 20 years of service to public pre-hospital emergencies in Canada. In 2012, he was recognized for his work and dedication and was awarded the Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Medal. Ron was an extraordinary man who made friends easily, talked to everyone, and made outstanding contributions to his community. Ron passed away March 25th this year, and he leaves behind many friends and family to cherish his memory. His wife Norma of 28 years and his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, 2 brothers, Doug and Don. We wish to extend our condolences to Ron's family for being a great man within his community. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Due to the audio that we had with the minister, I was wondering if we can have leave from the House to have everything printed in Hansard based on the statement of the honorable minister. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. We'll have it all printed in Hansard. Now we'll go on to the honorable member for St. James.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I recently received a phone call from a community member whose 93-year-old mother was brought to the Grace Hospital ER for medical attention. I learned that instead of receiving a room to remain in while in care, she was left on a stretcher in the ER hallway for a total of 4 consecutive nights. When I contacted the hospital to advocate on behalf of the family, I not only confirmed that this had happened, but I also learned that there were others who'd been waiting even longer for access to a room. Thanks to the bravery of this family and their willingness to make the story public, I've since heard from other families and healthcare staff who've shared serious concerns about the situation within the Grace ER. Through these discussions, it's become clear to me that the current chaos within the Grace ER is a direct byproduct of the Pallister government's decision to close 3 out of 6 ERs across Winnipeg. These decisions led to a massive increase in the number of patients being routed to the Grace ER for care, yet this increase in patients was never matched with an increase in available space or staffing. Simply put, this government's decision to close ERs and to prioritize finances over people is forcing Manitobans to sleep on stretchers in the hallways of the Grace ER instead of receiving the dignified experience they deserve. This isn't politics, it's just fact. The doctors, nurses, and healthcare aides who've been forced to serve in this environment have been doing an incredible job providing the best patient care they can in an impossible situation, but enough is enough. I am urging this government to take action in response to these issues of overcrowding and understaffing, and I am specifically calling on the members for Assiniboia and Kirkfield Park to convince their colleagues of the value and importance of making the required investments to ensure members of our shared communities can once again feel confident they'll receive the care they deserve when visiting the Grace ER in their time of need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to talk today about a few different groups for 2 specific reasons. The first reason is because we are celebrating Asian Heritage Month, and the second reason is because these groups have played a huge role in helping Manitobans throughout the pandemic, all in different ways. The first group I want to talk about is the Filipino Business Council of Manitoba, a council that specifically focuses on connecting Filipino business owners with each other and other communities through a series of networking events. We know small businesses have suffered dramatically throughout the pandemic, and the council has extended their resources in continuing to help businesses stay connected and informed, and they have been faced with many challenges over this last year. Another group I want to acknowledge is Asian Women of Winnipeg. We know how important socializing is for our mental health, and although we cannot get together in person, AWOW has gone above and beyond in hosting online events, some even with food, that has brought so many of us together to celebrate and socialize virtually throughout all the lockdowns. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we can't discuss a pandemic and not mention the sacrifices of our healthcare workers. That is why I want to acknowledge and extend such gratitude towards the Philippine Nurses Association of Manitoba. This association offers support to internationally educated nurses from all countries and have done an outstanding job dedicating themselves towards the health of Manitobans. Mr. Deputy Speaker, beyond the groups I have mentioned, there are many more Manitobans assisting businesses who have suffered through lockdowns, groups who have created platforms to have virtual ways to socialize for our mental health, and groups that continue to risk their own health who work tirelessly for the health and well-being of all Manitobans. A big thank you to all of you, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Time for oral questions. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
He did it. The Premier has failed us as Manitobans during the pandemic, and he knows it. He knows it. That's why he's now trying to rewrite history.
We all watched the press conference on Friday night. We watched Dr. Rusin stand there by his lonesome and announce the new restrictions, and yet the Premier emerged from hiding yesterday to claim, get this, claim that he was actually there on Friday night with Dr. Rusin, even though the video evidence clearly proves otherwise. He is trying to rewrite history because he's ashamed of his actions. Will the Premier finally commit to learning from the mistakes he's made from the pandemic, starting by admitting he wasn't there on Friday night?
Yeah, exactly.
Order. The Honourable First Minister.
Things. I think the member's a little confused. I announced changes to the health orders on Friday morning. So the member needs to take note of that. Yes, I did. And I announced also that Dr. Rusin would be giving the details later in the day. That's what I said at the press conference. But if the member wants to talk about rewriting history, let's talk about his book. Let's talk about Why I Run. Why I Run.
Order.
The book Why I Run chronicles just one criminal act when he knows that there were many, many, many more. And so when the member talks about rewriting history, he's a bit of an expert on it. Manitobans have the opportunity, as they have throughout this pandemic, to continue to bend the COVID curve. They've been the most successful people in the country at doing it. We've had the lowest case numbers in 2021 in the country outside of the Atlantic bubble, and that's a tribute to the people of Manitoba. This is about Manitobans. This isn't about the member from Fort Rouge.
Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Well, there he goes again. Yep. This is why outcomes during the third wave in Manitoba are now worse than they were during the second wave. That's right. The 7-day case count average is worse than it was in the second wave, and yet the Premier tries to stand up now and say things are going great. Yep. Again, that's the hill he wants to die on, try and claim that he announced health restrictions on Friday, when we all know that's not true. We all watched Dr. Rusin. Right. We still have the video evidence to prove that what he said isn't true. This is why he continues to repeat the mistakes of the pandemic time and time again. Is he thinking about Manitobans when he does that? No, he's not. He's only thinking about himself. And it's up to the rest of us to try and clean up the mess that he's made. So I'll ask again, will the Premier finally start to learn from the mistakes he's made from the pandemic, starting by admitting that maybe things aren't going so well right now? Yeah.
The Honourable First Minister.
The member focuses on his political goals, Mr. Speaker. We're focused on helping encourage Manitobans to do the right thing. Manitobans
Order.
that follow the health rules are doing the right thing. The member for Fort Rouge didn't follow the health rules. A few weeks ago, he didn't wear a mask, he assembled a big group, he flaunted the public health rules, and he still hasn't apologized for it. When we talk about shameful behavior, that is the epitome right there. Now, what we're concerned about here is getting Manitobans vaccinated. If the member wants to keep chirping from his seat, he should do it, because it shows he's losing control of himself, Mr. Chair. Here's the deal. The vaccine team isn't. The vaccine team that he criticized and derided yesterday and continues to is doing a great job. Yeah. To date, 576,000 doses, including close to 500,000 first doses. Sure. Our vaccine team's doing a great job. The member opposite should get behind the people in Manitoba that are trying to help us get through this third wave.
Get on board.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary question.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, teamwork makes the dream work, but the team don't work if the Premier keeps trying to blame Manitobans instead of accepting responsibility.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what he's done every step of the way. This is the person who failed to wear a mask in the airport. This is the person who failed to self-isolate when coming back from outside the exclusion zone. And yet, is it ever his fault? Is it ever his fault when he fails to show up for Manitobans time and time again? No, it's not. It's always the people of Manitoba who are to blame, according to this Premier and to that PC caucus. We say otherwise. We say it's now the people who have to clean up their mess. Will someone on the other side of the House finally admit that this government has made mistakes and commit to doing better?
The Honourable First Minister.
There's not a stretch of the imagination an expert on admitting past mistakes, Mr. Chair. The fact of the matter is it's a global pandemic. There's no playbook. We're doing the absolute best we can. We have the best small business supports available in the country. Well, the member wants to chirp again because he's losing control. He can't listen to the facts. We have the strong. There he goes again.
Order.
There he goes again. Can't control himself over there. We have the strongest enforcement. We have the strongest.
Order.
We have the strongest team of people doing the enforcement in the country for our size. But there are still people breaking the health orders. And if the member wants to make excuses for them, I know, and you know, Mr. Chair, that he is just making excuses for himself. Because when he had the chance to stand up and support our health leadership, the physician of the year, Dr. Brent Rusin, according to his colleagues, he didn't. He blamed Dr. Rusin, he blamed Dr. Atwell, he blamed the vaccine team, and now he's blaming us. That's fine, Mr. Speaker, but it doesn't make things better. We're focused on making things better.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a different question. Order.
The Premier's colleagues are clapping so slowly, it almost seems like it's sarcasm. It almost seems like he's lost his caucus. And who would want to support an answer like that? The delays, the hiding, the lay and pray strategy has caused chaos and confusion for parents and for teachers and for students this week. They're all scrambling. Now, they heard the announcement on Mother's Day, and they thought that critical service workers would still be able to send their children to school this week. However, I'll table a letter that came out from one school today saying that no, in fact, not all critical service workers can send their kids to school as of Wednesday. This is a result of the confusion and the ad hoc approach to fighting the pandemic that the PCs have taken. So I'll ask the Premier, how long has he known that schools would have to close?
The Honourable First Minister.
Opposition attacks by the member just demonstrate that he still thinks this is about him. It isn't about him. It's about Manitobans. It's about the best supportive paid sick leave program available in the country. It's about the strongest enforcement. It's about introducing a month ago restrictions that were already very restrictive and then strengthening them even further when we had 100 cases in our province. It's about working. The member says things didn't work. The member knows about not working. He knows about not thinking, too. And he needs to think about someone other than himself.
Order.
He needs to think about Manitobans now, because we need to get Manitobans vaccinated, and we are. And thank you to our vaccination team for getting us to 24 plus today and 18 plus tomorrow.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
So again, the document that I tabled that the Premier refuses to answer is just one more piece of evidence for the chaos and confusion that his government has created. You can see why it's been so confusing. The epic flip-flop that we saw on Sunday was truly startling. For months, this government clung to the claim that schools were safe, and then they rushed an announcement out on Mother's Day, all of a sudden warning Manitobans, you know what, schools aren't safe. But send your kids in on Monday, send them in on Tuesday, Wednesday. That's when they're no longer safe for your kids to be in class. I'll table the document again. The guarantee provided to critical service workers that they would be able to send their children to schools is not accurate in all cases. Now, this sort of confusion could have been worked out in advance had the government shared the information with the people of Manitoba and made the announcement earlier. So again, how long did the Premier know that schools in Manitoba would have to close?
The Honourable First Minister.
I'd encourage the member, as Greg Sullinger did during the 2016 election campaign, just to stay cool. It's not about him. It is about our students. It's about our teachers. It's about our educators. Every school in every province in this country has had to, at various times, unfortunately, during this pandemic, close its schools, even though they knew, as we know, that the best place for children to learn is in those schools. Is the member suggesting that he would have closed them earlier? Is he suggesting he would close them later? No, he has no ideas. He only criticizes our senior health officials, the physician of the year. The physician of the year whose advice we act on and have taken throughout this pandemic is the person the member is now criticizing. So it's not about him, Mr. Chair. It is not about him. It is about Manitobans, and we're going to keep it that way.
Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary question.
If this were about Manitobans, the government would have released information about school transmissions to Manitobans. If this were about Manitobans, the government would have given at least a week's advance notice. And I'm not talking about delaying the announcement. I'm talking about accelerating when you notify parents that they're going to have to switch to remote learning. No new information came out on Saturday and Sunday when it came to school transmission. This government had it for weeks, and for weeks they hid it from Manitobans. When did they make the decision to close schools? I guarantee that they didn't make that decision on Mother's Day. So again, I'll ask the Premier, how long has he known that schools in Manitoba would have to switch to remote learning? And why did he decide to hide that for so long?
The Honourable First Minister.
Oh, Mr. Chair, in his own book, in his own word, his book, The Reason I Hide, he said very clearly that he had been a new man as a consequence of a variety of undertakings, but he hid 95% of his criminal past from the readers of the book, a fictionalized account from the member opposite. And now he tells us about hiding. He's an expert on hiding. The member's been in hiding. His thought process has been in hiding, because what he just said is that we should keep the schools open for another week. That's what he just put on record. And he's wrong. We're doing the right thing to protect our students, the right thing to protect our school system. These aren't easy decisions. They're easy for the member opposite. They're easy, just like the decisions he made to belittle his friends, to beat his friends, to betray his friends, to blame his friends. These are easy decisions for him. The difficult decisions are made by this government. They are not always correct, but they are thought through, and they are done with the advice of our senior health officials at every step of the way.
Order. The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, ready, set, go. That's how the Premier shot us into the second wave of the pandemic. They even put it up on billboards, and up we went in daily case counts. So too did hospitalizations, and unfortunately also deaths. Now nearly 1,000 Manitobans have succumbed to this deadly pandemic, far more than we should have lost. This government says all of this was inevitable, but we know much more could have been done to mitigate this disaster. Now this government has failed yet again. Leaked modeling shows the province crashing through ICU capacity. It's taken them far too long to act. Why? Why is this government always so flat-footed and reactive throughout this public health emergency?
Order. The Honourable Minister for Health and Senior Care.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, our number one priority in the face of this pandemic is about protecting our most vulnerable Manitobans and obviously encouraging and ensuring that every Manitoban gets vaccinated. That's why we prioritized those individuals in personal care home. That's why we prioritized those who worked in those personal care homes to first protect them. And we have continued along that path to protect Manitobans, the most vulnerable Manitobans, all the way through this pandemic. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will continue to work with our vaccine implementation task force to ensure that we continue to encourage all Manitobans to get vaccinated.
The honourable member for Union Station on a supplementary question.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government does the same things over and over again, yet they expect different results. We know that that doesn't make any sense, yet it's precisely how this Palliser government continues to behave. They ran us straight into a second wave of this pandemic, and their reactive measures always come too late. Now in this third wave, they've seen an exponential growth of COVID for weeks. They've had the modeling data right in front of them, and yet they refuse to share it with Manitobans. Yet again they dithered, yet again they waited. Now we're all paying the price for this government's absolute failure to lead. Why has this Premier, the Minister of Health, and this whole PC caucus again taken the wrong steps during this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Seniors Care.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, will continue to focus on ensuring that all Manitobans get the vaccine. That's why we have expedited our vaccine delivery. That's why we have our 7 super sites open, our 14 pop-up sites this week, 131 clinics of doctors' offices and pharmacies. We'll continue to work with our partners to ensure that we roll out that vaccine in order to fully protect Manitobans.
Good job.
The honourable member for Union Station on a final supplementary question.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the cresting wave of this pandemic is now locked in. The waters have receded from the shore and our intensive care units are waiting for the tsunami. Doctors and nurses have an immense fight in front of them, and this government has betrayed them. Right before the pandemic, they cut ICU capacity and acute care in consolidation. Winnipeg hospitals are short 1,300 nurses. Those units should have been much better prepared and positioned for this fight. Instead, it's been years of cutbacks and disrespect that have left hospitals down in capacity for the biggest fight they've ever had to face. Promises of new positions in the future are too little and too late. Why has this minister left our health system and our professionals in the lurch?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Seniors Care.
Deputy Speaker, the member opposite continues to say negative things about our senior health officials. In fact, our health officials have been working diligently to prepare for the third wave. Efforts have been focused on ensuring we have sufficient staffing, supplies, equipment, and space. Increasing our ICU capacity, has been a priority. We've been increasing our critical care bed base. As health officials announced last week, we're scaling up our ICU bed capacity in Winnipeg and in Brandon to enable a surge in capacity for the third wave, Mr. Deputy Speaker. These are the officials that are working diligently to ensure that we have that ICU capacity, that we have the hospitalization capacity for Manitobans when they need it. I will continue to take the advice of our healthcare officials when it comes to the best interest of Manitobans who need healthcare in the province, not members opposite.
The honourable member for Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Manitoba families got an unwelcome surprise on Mother's Day. Schools were closing. Thousands of Manitoba parents are now forced to take unscheduled weeks off. For far too many, this will be a financial disaster and a crushing burden. They are scrambling. As it turns out, the Palliser government knew full well this day was coming. They saw the exponential growth weeks ago. Their own internal modeling showed it. But instead of laying a course, it is once again a mad scramble and little or no support for families who need it most. Why is the government leaving Manitoba students and families out to dry once again?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's sort of make-believe day coming out of members opposite today. They're just clearly making this stuff up, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I mean, we've heard a lot of fear-mongering over the NDP for years and years and years. Same rhetoric coming out of them today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've been monitoring very closely cases within schools, and we're just finding out over the course of the last week, week over week, that we had a 67% increase in student cases. And the members are chirping about rhetoric from their seats. We will take advice from public health officials, not opinions from members opposite.
Order. The honourable member for Transcona on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Clearly, this is a government without a plan, flying by the seat of its pants. Just look at their half-baked proposal for sending educators to North Dakota for a vaccine. Parents, of course, are exhausted, and they are furious of this government's failure to plan. This government has still not released its modeling, and like the last wave, they'll release it on their own time after the wave is crested. This government's failure to inform and their failure to plan has broken trust with families. Far too many have to bear the burden the next few weeks on their own. Why is the minister and the Pallister government leaving Manitoba families in the lurch yet again?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member opposite are just making things up. Our government set aside last year's budget $185 million for funding for K-12 for COVID alone. We don't think COVID is going to be overcome the new school year. That's why in this year's budget, we've set aside $160 million for K-12 COVID fight. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've also established a remote learning center months ago, and we've had discussions with schools and school boards for months. And they recognize we've done this before. We've had to close schools. Our public health officials said we're to the point we have to close schools for public safety. I don't know why the members continue to fearmonger. This day was going to come. I'm afraid we had to prepare for it. We did prepare for it.
The Minister's time is up. The honourable member for Transcona on a final supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A responsible government would inform and update its citizenry. It would develop a plan to mitigate impact on families ahead of time. It would provide relief to families who now have no choice but to leave their jobs to care for children at home. Now, yesterday, I asked the minister a direct question and he failed to answer it. Will he instruct school divisions to maintain their educational assistants, or is he going to lay them off by the thousands like what happened last year? That is, thousands of hardworking EAs will have to make very hard decisions very, very quickly. They deserve an answer. Will they keep their jobs? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I certainly hope school trustees will not be laying off any educational assistants. That's their prerogative. We've asked school boards to make sure that they have critical allowances for critical care parents who are working there and have their students able to come to these schools. We've said, parents, if you want to bring your special needs students to school, we will provide administrative assistance. I mean, they should be there to support those students. And we expect school boards and school divisions to respect that request and make sure that parents and students are served.
The honourable member for Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With schools in Brandon and Winnipeg closing their doors tomorrow, thousands of Manitoba parents will have no choice but to stay home. Many of them will withdraw younger children from childcare. The result is a financial disaster for parents, and it will be an added disaster for non-profit childcare centers who are already struggling just to keep their heads above water and keep childcare available. The Pallister government's response to date has been to send them expired personal protective equipment and set aside $22 million with the Chamber of Commerce, yet spend only 8% of it. Why is this government failing Manitoba's families?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Manitobans know that our government values and prioritizes childcare. That is why we've created almost 5,000 more childcare spaces since we formed office than the NDP ever did. That is why we spend $25 million a year more than the NDP ever did And while the leader of the official opposition likes to chirp from his seat, he doesn't like to hear about his failed record on childcare. Our government is getting results for childcare. Last month, we flowed $4.4 million to our childcare centres to cover off their losses that were due to COVID closures and reduced revenues. We have been working with the childcare sector to ensure that they are made whole, that their deficits are cleared. We will continue to do that good work, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The honourable member for Notre Dame on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Licensed nonprofit childcare is in serious trouble. Thousands of parents are withdrawing their children. Some facilities expect their attendance to drop by half. This government has provided these centers with no plans and no reassurance that they will make it through the coming weeks. Childcare centers are already struggling because operating funding has been frozen for 5 years. Now it's a crisis, but there's tens of millions of childcare dollars sitting in a bank account, sitting unused. Will the minister do the right thing and redirect those funds and save our daycare centers from collapse?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And perhaps members opposite had missed the announcement that we'd made a month ago where we invested $11.5 million. It was $9.5 million more in a childcare sustainability trust to make it up to $11.5 million for the childcare sustainability trust. We know that this money is very important and very vital for our childcare centres who have discretionary expenditures that they can access new monies to provide those costs. We're going to continue to work with the childcare centres. That is why Budget 21 enhanced $25 million more for childcare than it was ever spent in the province of Manitoba. We know that there's still a long way to go to build a robust childcare for families in Manitoba, but we will continue to do that work on behalf of all Manitoba families.
The honourable member for Notre Dame on a final supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The decisions this government makes during this pandemic will have consequence for years to come. We are losing childcare spaces. Centers are on the brink. They are told they are staying open, but thousands of parents will withdraw their children from care as schools close. Many parents have no choice as their income disappears. And for centers, it is a financial disaster. I have heard from childcare centers that anticipate half the children may withdraw. They need help to weather this storm. They need more than their ongoing operating funds. There are tens of millions of dollars this government has squirreled away for their pet projects. They must save our community nonprofit childcare centers. Will they do so today?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the member opposite had highlighted the failed legacy of her own government on childcare when they were in office. Perhaps when she was reading her question, she was thinking about in 2004, 2005, when the NDP created 92 spaces in the province of Manitoba for childcare. Perhaps she was thinking about in 2006, 2007, when they created less than 400 new spaces for childcare. Perhaps she was thinking about some of the other years when the NDP government failed to create new childcare spaces for Manitoba families. This government is working towards creating new childcare spaces each and every year. We've created 5,000 new spaces since we formed office. We know that there's a long way to go. We need to modernize the childcare system, and we will do that work on behalf of Manitoba families so that all families have affordable access to childcare.
The honourable member for St. John's.
Deputy Speaker, I want to take a moment to congratulate former MP Rona Ambrose on Bill C-3, an act to amend Judges Act and the Criminal Code on receiving royal assent last week. Bill C requires all new federally appointed judges to undergo training in sexual assault law. I've introduced similar legislation with the Provincial Court Amendment Act, mandatory training and continuing education. I've introduced it in 2017, 2019, and 2020. It requires all Manitoba judges and JGPs to participate in training on sexual assault law, domestic violence, rape culture, and consent. Will the Minister of Justice support Bill 206 and get it passed this sitting?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've had the opportunity to speak to Ronna Ambrose about her advocacy, both in the House of Commons and then following that to be able to drive the changes that she's made. She's an impressive leader in Canadian politics, and she has acquitted herself well in her support of this bill. I've been in constant communication with the Chief Judge in Manitoba. I have been in contact with former justice ministers across this country as we continue to think about how we can best support these efforts while recognizing the fundamental enshrined separation between legislative authority and judicial authority.
The Honourable Member for St. John's on a supplementary question.
Deputy Speaker, survivors of sexual assault, more often than not, do not report their sexual assault because of the very real fear of the way the system treats victims and often being blamed for their assault. Bill 206 would require Manitoba judges to take training on sexual assault law, rape culture, consent, and JJPs to take training on domestic violence and stalking. This training is a crucial step towards removing some of the systemic barriers when survivors of sexual violence come forward. Will the minister support Bill 206 and work towards eliminating barriers of survivors of sexual assault?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's not a partisan issue to say we all care very much about the fact that we want to make sure that we have the best possible trained judges that are able to hear cases, that they have the sensitivity, especially when it comes to these kind of cases that are so complex. That's why I've been constantly in contact with leaders in other parts of the country, former Justice Ministers, Ronna Ambrose in her sponsorship of the bill. The member tries to take too much credit. There is another bill as well before this legislature, brought by the member for Tyndall Park. I've met with the member for Tyndall Park to talk about the complication of how to proceed when we must acknowledge also the fundamental division between legislative authority, executive authority, and judicial authority. Surely this member is not suggesting that somehow we should encroach or impinge on court autonomy. If she's suggesting that, she should say so.
The Honourable Member for St. John's on a final supplementary question.
Deputy Speaker, Manitoba has the highest rates of reported sexual assault in Canada, Deputy Speaker. We know that there are many more survivors of sexual assault who just simply don't come forward. Bill 206 is a very tangible step in addressing and dismantling some of the stereotypes and beliefs held by people in positions of power. Judges trained on sexual assault laws, stereotypes, rape culture, and consent surrounding sexual assault, domestic violence, and stalking will give confidence to Manitobans to come forward to report and seek justice on their sexual assault. Will the minister support Bill 206 and get it passed this sitting?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, again, the member takes too much credit, not even acknowledging that the member for Tyndall Park has a similar bill in front of the legislature. I have appreciated the interactions that I have had with the Chief Judge on this matter in Manitoba, with the Chief Justices to provide additional counsel. I would encourage all members to avail themselves of the opportunity to seek clarifications about the very significant ways in Manitoba in which judges are trained in matters of sexual assault awareness and sensitivity. That work is ongoing. We have some of the best judicial training in all of Canada, but of course my door remains open and we remain open to suggestions about how to accomplish here what needs to be done to make sure that people have a high degree of confidence in judicial preparation for these sensitive matters. Of course, at the end of the day, judicial independence matters.
The Honourable Minister's time is up. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With COVID case counts rising and ICUs filling up, I'm going to ask a question that people in the disability community have asked of this government in the second wave. Last November 20th, and again on December 3rd, Barrie Free Manitoba wrote open letters to the Health Minister asking to ensure that critical care and ICU triage protocols are free of bias for people with disabilities. There are 175,000 persons in Manitoba who live with a disability, and they're rightly concerned about how they'll be prioritized because we are in a third wave, and this government still can't give a satisfactory answer to the questions. Why doesn't this government have critical care and triage protocols in place for people with disabilities?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Seniors Care.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Of course, I know our government has worked very closely with those in the disabilities community and ensuring that we're moving things forward to make Manitoba much more accessible. And I want to thank the Minister of Families for the work that she is doing to ensure that we continue to work with those in the community to ensure that the access is there for them when they need it. And we'll continue to work in that direction, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface on a supplementary question.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as Barrier-Free Manitoba made clear, this is a question of life or death. They're asking the government of Manitoba to develop critical care guidelines and triage protocols that state clearly that persons with disabilities are to be treated equally, as equally valuable and worthy of care as others, include the criteria for triage decisions and the reasoning behind them in critical care and ICU, never equate disability status with health status, and are based on a knowledge of a person's medical history, not on assumptions about their background health status or quality of life. Will the Premier and the Health Minister work with Barrier-Free Manitoba to ensure these protocols are put into place now?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Seniors Care.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for the question. Of course, we will continue to work with members of the disability community to ensure that they have the accessibility that they need all across Manitoba. We've been working with municipalities to that front, and we'll continue to work, especially in this area, and this member's asking about healthcare. I know our healthcare officials take this very, very seriously. We want to ensure that all Manitobans have access to the facilities that they need when they need them, including those with disabilities. We'll continue to work with them to ensure that they get the access to health care that they need, want, and that they deserve, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for River Heights on a final supplementary question.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government has more than 900,000 rapid test kits still unused. These tests should be used now to prevent spread in daycare, schools, or businesses, or to protect individuals with disabilities. I also note that the government doesn't have an organized approach to COVID-19 research. The FIPA's I-table show that there's no COVID Research Advisory Committee, nor even a list of research being conducted. Is the government not using the rapid tests to help reduce the spread of the virus because it hasn't got an organized approach to research to figure out the best way to use them? Or is the government just waiting for a fourth wave to use the tests?
The Honourable First Minister.
Yeah, we've invested significant sums in rapid testing equipment that is of a higher grade than the federal government had offered to us. This is not to besmirch their intention. It was a noble intention, I'm sure, but the fact is that we needed more reliable equipment, and that equipment has been out there now. We're increasingly partnering with numerous entities, private sector and public sector, to effectively use the rapid testing machinery to assist us. And the member need not criticize the vaccine team in his preamble because they have worked diligently. We're now ranking 4th in terms of total vaccines out there. I expect the number may even rise in terms of our ranking. And this is because they have focused very diligently on prioritizing our most vulnerable people first and then moving to the broad-based application that we're now seeing in Manitoba. We need to get people vaccinated, and in the meantime, we need people to follow the health orders that the member for Fort Rouge so diligently fails to follow.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Over the past year, the Manitoba economy has been heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. This province has worked with employers to help support the training of new or existing employees. Can the Minister of Economic Development and Jobs update the House on how the Canada-Manitoba Job Grant will provide support for employers to better train their employees?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member from Dauphin for the question.
The Honourable Member for, sorry, I have to repeat this. The Honourable Minister for Economic Development and Jobs, my mic wasn't on. Sorry, go
thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the member from Dauphin for the question. This program not only helps employers offset the cost of training new employees, but it will also help with costs associated with developing the skills of their existing workers to meet the new requirements of their present jobs. We're enlisting government that understands businesses are changing now more than ever. Our government is here to stand with and support our businesses, especially during these challenging times. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Time for question period has expired. Now we'll go on to petitions. The Honourable Member for Union Station. No, you don't have one? The Honourable Member for Kiiwetinoong. Does the Honourable Member for Kiiwetinoong have a petition?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly. To the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba, these are the reasons for this petition. 1 in 10 Manitobans will have a seizure in their lifetime, and the incidence of epilepsy in the Indigenous populations is double the national average. Epilepsy occurs just as often as breast and lung cancer worldwide. 2, COVID has canceled epilepsy surgeries booked for Manitoba and patients elsewhere in Canada because they cannot receive the standardly routine surgery in the province. 3, Manitoba is the only province which has an inappropriate hospital environment to perform most epilepsy surgeries because it conducts epilepsy monitoring on an orthopedics ward with orthopedic staff instead of an epilepsy ward with trained epilepsy staff. 4, patients in Manitoba have to wait 3 or more years for epilepsy surgery, which has resulted in them having to continue to suffer uncontrolled seizures, struggle with mental health issues, including depression, anxiety, headaches, general poor health, and even death in some cases. 5, since an epilepsy neurologist resigned in 2012, more neurologists have resigned due to dealing with old and failing equipment, which has resulted in sending patients out of province, costing the provincial government millions of dollars. 6, epilepsy surgery is extremely effective, resulting in patients requiring less medication, sometimes becoming seizure-free, and enabling them to return to work, drive, and live fulfilling lives. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. 1, to urge the Minister of Health and Seniors Care to open a genuine 4-bed epilepsy unit similar to the one recently opened in Saskatchewan at the Health Science Centre with modern equipment and adequate epilepsy neurosurgeons, neurologists, nurses, clerks, and technicians. 2, to urge the Minister of Health and Seniors Care to formally establish an epilepsy program to ensure that all epilepsy staff can deliver care to patients in a coordinated fashion. This has been signed by many Manitobans.
In accordance with Rules Number 133-6, when petitions are read, they must deem to be received by the House. The Honourable Member for River Heights.
I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly. The background to this petition is as follows. People who suffer hearing loss due to aging, illness, employment, or accident not only lose the ability to communicate effectively with friends, relatives, or colleagues, they also can experience unemployment, social isolation, and struggles with mental health. A cochlear implant is a life-changing electronic device that allows deaf people to receive and process sounds and speech, and also can partially restore hearing in people who have severe hearing loss and who do not benefit from conventional hearing aids. A processor behind the ear captures and processes sound signals, which are transmitted to a receiver implanted into the skull that relays the information to the inner ear cochlea. The technology has been widely available since 1989 through the Central Speech and Hearing Clinic founded in Winnipeg, Manitoba. The surgical hearing implant program began implanting patients in the fall of 2011 and marked the completion of 250 cochlear implant surgeries in Manitoba in the summer of 2018. The program has implanted about 60 devices since the summer of 2018, and as it is only able to implant about 40 to 45 devices per year. There are no upfront costs to Manitoba residents who proceed with cochlear implant surgery, as Manitoba Health covers the surgical procedure, internal implant, and the first external sound processor. Newfoundland and Manitoba have the highest estimated implantation cost of all provinces. Alberta has one of the best programs, with Alberta Aids for Daily Living, and their cost share means the patient pays only approximately $500 out of pocket. Assistive Devices program in Ontario covers 75% of the cost, up to a maximum amount of $5,444 for a cochlear implant replacement speech processor. The BC Adult Cochlear Implant Program offers subsidized replacements to aging sound processors through the Sound Processor Replacement Program. This provincially funded program is available to those cochlear implant recipients whose sound processors have reached 6 to 7 years old. The cochlear implant is a lifelong commitment. However, as the technology changes over time, parts and software become no longer functional or available. The cost of upgrading a cochlear implant in Manitoba of approximately $11,000 is much more expensive than in other provinces, as adult patients are responsible for the upgrade costs of their sound processor. In Manitoba, pediatric patients under 18 years of age are eligible for funding assistance through the Cochlear Implant Speech Processor Replacement Program, which provides up to 80% of the replacement costs associated with a device upgrade. It is unreasonable that this technology is inaccessible to many citizens of Manitoba who must choose between hearing and deafness due to financial constraints, because the costs of maintaining the equipment are prohibitive for low-income earners or those on a fixed income, such as old age pension or employment and income assistance. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to provide financing for upgrades to the cochlear implant covered under Medicare, or provide funding assistance to the Cochlear Implant Speech Processor Replacement Program to assist with the replacement costs associated with a device upgrade. Signed by Andrea Epler, Damien Epler, Dave Aolfson, and many, many other Manitobans. Merci, miigwech. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elmwood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly. The background to this petition is as follows. Number one, the U.S. government has identified lead water pipes as a clear and present danger to American public health, and President Biden has announced 100% replacement of lead water pipes in 10 million U.S. homes and 400,000 schools and child care centers as part of the America's Job Plan. Number two, 2,755 homes in the Elmwood East Kildonan area have lead water pipes connecting their basements to the city-owned water pipes at their property line. Homes built before 1950 are likely to have lead water pipes running to this connection. Number three, new lead level guidelines issued by Health Canada in 2019 are a response to findings that lead concentrations in drinking water should be kept as low as reasonably achievable, as lead exposures are inherently unsafe and have serious health consequences, especially for children and expectant mothers. Number four, 31% of Winnipeg's 23,000 homes with lead water pipes connecting basements to the city-owned water pipes at their property line were found to have lead levels above the new Health Canada lead level guidelines. Number five, the City of Winnipeg has an inventory of which homes and public buildings, including schools and daycares, that have the lead water pipe connection to the city's water main, and will only disclose this information to the homeowner or property owner. The cost of replacing the lead water pipe to individual homeowners is over $4,000. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows: to urge the provincial government to immediately contact all home and property owners in Manitoba with lead water pipes connecting to the city water main line and provide full financial support to them for lead water pipe replacement, so their access to clean water is assured and exposure to lead and its health risks are eliminated. And this petition is signed by many, many petitioners.
Any further petitions, grievances? Orders of the day, government business, the Honorable Government House Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 33(7), I'm announcing that the private member's resolution to be considered on the next Tuesday of private member's business will be the one put forward by the Honorable Member for Dauphin. The title of the resolution is Commending the Provincial Government for Investments into Fish and Wildlife Enhancement. Should pass unanimously.
It has been announced by the Government House Leader that the private member's resolution to be considered for next Tuesday on private member's business will be the one put forward by the Honourable Member for Dauphin. The title of the resolution is Commending the Provincial Government for Investments in Fish and Wildlife Enhancement. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, could you please call for report stage this afternoon? Bill number 29, Bill number 47, Bill 61, Bill 62, Bill number 5, Bill 6, Bill 63, Bill 49, Bill 52, and Bill 33.
Okay. It has been announced, called by the Honourable Government House Leader to report stage amendment for the following bills: 29, 47, 61, 62, 5, 6, 63, 49, 52, and 33. The Honourable So we'll go on to the first one, Bill number 29, the Reducing Red Tape and Improving Services Act 2020. The Honourable Minister of Legislative and Public Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that Bill 29 be amended in Clause 33, Bracket 2, by adding the following after Clause D: E, Section 31 and 32.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Legislative and Legislative Affairs that dispense. Okay, I've got seconded by the Honourable Minister of Justice that Bill number 29 dispense. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This amendment amends the coming into force clause when it comes to the requirement for a hearing for a substitute decision maker. Having spoke with the Minister of Families, she supports this amendment. Of course, this amendment or this amended legislation falls under the broader bill that has a number of different departments that are involved in it. This particular amendment is a result of the two presentations that came from a couple at the committee hearing. It's a demonstration that this government is very mindful and listening to those who are making suggestions at committee. After their presentation, I think it was rightfully determined that there needed to be a bit more time to consider unintended consequences of this particular amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Any further speakers on the amendment? The Honourable Member for St. Boniface? No, okay. Then is the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Agreed? It's been agreed, and the amendment has been carried. Now we'll go on to the next amendment for the same bill. Now the Honourable Member for Thompson.
I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for the Maples, that Bill 29 be amended by striking out clauses 31 and 32.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Thompson, seconded by the... Okay, ready to go? Okay. It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Thompson, seconded by the Honourable Member for the Maples, that Bill number 29 be amended to striking out clauses 31 and 32. Is this stage amendment in order? Now we can go into debate. Is any speakers? The Honourable Member for Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. By reducing the involvement of hearing panels in cases where vulnerable persons may all interest parties agree, the minister is putting people with disabilities at risk. Hearing panels are an important function that is recommended whether the situation's decision maker should be appointed. They're also recommended to be a substitute decision maker and should be as those appointed. The proposed changes allows the commissioner to perform such functions without referring it to a hearing panel under certain circumstances. On an occasion that agreements, the parties is not straightforward as presumed, the panels provide an open, transparent forum and ensure families are heard and ensure that agreements will be met the needs of the parties. The panels also deliberate those who have no families or advocate. In such cases, the province and agents that are agreeing on a course of action. I think vulnerable people would be served by having panels and taking a sober second thought on what has been proposed. Thank you.
Any further speakers on the amendment? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost. Now we'll go on to Bill 47, the Early Learning and Child Care Act. The honourable member for Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for St. James, that Bill 47 be amended in clause 1, section 1, bracket 1, by striking out infant and school age in the definition of early learning programming.
It has been moved by the honourable member for Thompson, second by the honourable member for St. James, that Bill number 47 be amended in clauses 1.1 by striking out infants and preschool age in the definition early learning program. The report stage amendment is in order. The honourable member for Thompson.
Thank you. By striking out infants and preschool in the definition, it ensures all children are included. School-age children must be able to access quality, affordable, accessible childcare. By not including school-age children in this, it is setting the stage for school-age programming to be unregulated. We heard at committee how important it was for school-age program to be included in the definition. By excluding children by the definition, it is opening the door for school-age programming to be unregulated, which will put Manitoba children at risk. I hope members opposite will support this amendment to ensure all Manitoban children have access to quality, affordable, accessible childcare. Thank you.
Is there any other speakers for the amendment? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
No, I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost. Now we'll go on to the same Bill 47, the honourable member for Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for St. James, that amend Bill 47, Clause 8 by striking out infants and preschool.
Or preschool age.
Preschool age.
Infants or preschool age. Okay?
Yes.
It was moved by the honourable member for Thompson, second by the honourable member for St. James, that Bill 47 be amended to in Clause 8 by striking out infants and or preschool age. The honourable member for the report stage amendment is in order. The honourable member for Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As we heard at committee, it was very important that school-age children be included in be included in the definition, and by excluding them, it is putting children at risk. And I implore members opposite to support this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any other speakers on the amendment? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my
Nay.
opinions, the nays have it. The Honorable Opposition House Leader.
Miigwech Deputy Speaker, a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been declared. Call in the members. No, it's not working. The question before the House is report stage amendment on Bill 47, the Early Learning and Childcare Act, in Clause 8 by striking out infants and preschool age. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Canoe?
Mr. Canoe.
Ms. Fontaine?
Ms. Fontaine.
Mr. Altamare?
Mr. Altamar.
MLA Asaguara?
MLA Asaguara.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Gertzen?
Honorable Mr. Gertzen.
Honorable Mr. Friesen?
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Cullen?
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Ms. Squires?
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Mr. Micklefield?
Mr. Micklefield.
We will now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member either clearly identifying I vote yes or I vote no. Would the page please conduct the vote?
And you know which screen are online? Please go ahead.
Miss Adams?
I vote yes.
Miss Adams votes yes.
Mr. Brar?
I vote yes.
Mr. Brar votes yes.
Mr. Bushy?
I vote yes.
Mr. Bushy votes yes.
Honorable Ms. Clark?
I vote no.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Cox?
She's not there? Okay, so please go ahead.
Honorable Mr. Eichler?
I vote no.
Mr. Eichler votes no.
Honorable Mr. Owasco?
I vote no.
Mr. Owasco votes no.
Honorable Mr. Girard?
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Girard votes yes.
Mr. Ginter?
I vote no.
Mr. Ginter votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard?
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard votes no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer? Mr. Isleifson?
I vote no.
Mr. Isleifson votes no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli?
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli votes no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia?
I vote no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia votes no.
Mr. Lagasse?
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Lajimodier?
I vote no.
Mr. Lajimodier votes no.
Mr. Lamont?
I vote yes.
Mr. Lamont votes yes.
Miss Lamoureux?
I vote yes.
Ms. Lamoureux votes yes.
Miss Laughlin?
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Lindsay?
I vote yes.
Mr. Lindsay votes yes.
Mr. Malloway?
I vote yes.
Mr. Malloway votes yes.
Miss Marcelino?
I vote yes.
Ms. Marcelino votes yes.
Mr. Martin?
I vote no.
Mr. Martin votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski?
I vote no.
Mr. Mikuleski votes no.
Miss Morley Lecomte?
I vote no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte votes no.
Mr. Moses?
I vote yes.
Mr. Moses votes yes.
Miss Naylor?
I vote yes.
Ms. Naylor votes yes.
Mr. Sala,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sala votes yes.
Mr. Sandhu,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sandhu votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Schuler,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mr. Smith Lajimodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Smith Lajimodiere votes no.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
I vote yes. Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes yes.
Mr. Smook,
I vote no.
Mr. Smook votes no.
Mr. Teitzma,
I vote no.
Mr. Teitzma votes no.
Mr. Vazalev,
I vote yes.
Mr. Vasily votes yes.
Mr. Wishart,
I vote no.
Mr. Wishart votes no.
Mr. Wochuk.
I vote no.
Mr. Wochuk votes no.
Good job.
Yeas 20, nays 24.
The motion is currently defeated. Now we'll go on to continue with Bill 47 with the amendment, report stage amendment. The honourable member for Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the honourable member for St. James, that Bill 47 be amended in clause 18(2)(b) by striking out infant or preschool age.
It has been moved by the honourable member for Thompson, seconded by the honourable member for St. James, that Bill number 47 be amended in clause 18(2)(b) by striking out infants and preschool age. The honourable member for the report stage amendment is in order. The honourable member for Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm just so shocked and saddened by members opposite not prioritizing or supporting school-aged children in Manitoba. They need to have access to quality, affordable childcare in Manitoba, and this government continues to put them at risk, and it's just highlighted by them not supporting my amendments. So thank you, and I once again would urge them to support my motion or my amendment.
Is there any other speakers on the amendment? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
No, I hear no.
Yay.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The Honorable Government House, Opposition House Leader.
On division, Deputy Speaker.
The amendment has been defeated on division. So now we'll go on to the same Bill 47, another amendment by the Honourable Member for Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, second by the honourable member for St. James, that Bill 47 be amended in clause 23 by striking without prior consent of the provincial director.
It has been moved by the honourable member for Thompson, second by the honourable member for St. James, that Bill number 47 be amended in clause 23 and striking out without the prior written consent of the provincial director. The report stage amendment is in order. The honourable member for Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We need to ensure licenses are not transferable. The fact that we even have to make this amendment just shows how little members opposite care about childcare in Manitoba. The fact that they think licenses should be traded like stocks or bonds is unthinkable. This amendment is needed so we can ensure that licenses can't be bought. The fact that the government is trying to do this is unacceptable. I would hope members opposite will support this amendment to ensure childcare remains public, affordable, and accessible to all Manitobans. Thank you.
Any further speakers on the amendment? No other speakers. Is the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
No, I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The Honorable Opposition House Leader.
On division.
On division. I declare the amendment lost on division. So now we'll go on to continue going on till Bill 47. The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Notre Dame, that Bill 47 be amended by adding the following clause after following after the clause 32.1, restrictions on grants. 32.1.1, under grant subsection 1 must not be made for-profit corporations.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Thompson, second by the Honourable Member for Notre Dame, that Bill number 47 be amended by adding the following after clauses 32-1, restrictions of grants. 32.1.1, in the grant under sections 1 must not be made in the for-profit corporation. The report stage amendment is in order. The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We need to make sure all grants are only going to nonprofit childcare centers. I've heard from many people across Manitoba how important childcare is and how important it is to remain public. We've seen what happens when for-profit gets involved in the care sector. All we have to do is look to long-term care homes or even other provinces that have for-profit childcare. This is not about choice. This is about this government trying to have their rich friends make money off of our children. We know what will happen if the for-profit sector is unable to play a larger role in childcare. Quality and wages will go down and fees will go up. That's because their goal is money, not quality early childhood learning for our children. This is not what parents want. This is not what Manitobans want. They want to ensure that childcare is going to be quality, affordable, and accessible to all children in Manitoba. I would urge members opposite to support this amendment as it is needed to ensure that there is quality, affordable, accessible childcare in Manitoba. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers to this amendment? Hearing none. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear a no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The Honorable Official Opposition House Leader.
Miigwech, Acting Deputy Speaker, a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been asked for. Call in the members.
Hey, you there?
Hi. Yeah.
Patricia. The question before the House is the proposed amendment to Bill 47, the Early Learning and Child Care Act, moved by the member for Thompson, that Bill 47 be amended by adding the following after clause 32 brackets 1, restriction on grants, 32 brackets 1.1. A grant under subsection brackets 1 must not be made to a nonprofit corporation. All those in favor of the motion, please, in the chamber, please rise.
Please go ahead. Mr. Canoe,
Mr. Canoe.
Ms. Fontaine,
Ms. Fontaine.
Mr. Altamare,
Mr. Altamare.
MLA Seguara,
MLA Seguara.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Gertson,
Honorable Mr. Gertson.
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Ms. Squires,
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Mr. Micklefield.
Mr. Micklefield.
We will now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member to clearly identify with "I vote yes" or "I vote no." Would the page please conduct the vote?
Ms. Adams,
I vote yes.
Miss Adams votes yes.
Mr. Brar,
I vote yes.
Mr. Brar votes yes.
Mr. Bushy,
I vote yes.
Mr. Bushy votes yes.
Honorable Ms. Clark,
I vote no.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler votes no.
Honorable Mr. Owasco,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Owasco votes no.
Honorable Mr. Gerard,
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Gerard votes yes.
Mr. Ginter,
I vote no.
Mr. Ginter votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard,
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard votes no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer votes no.
Mr. Isleifson,
I vote no.
Mr. Isleifson votes no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, could you please repeat your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Johnson votes yes.
I vote no.
Oh, well, sorry, that's what, you said aye. Let's clarify it one last time. Could you please call
No.
Please call Honorable Mr. Johnson.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli,
No.
Honorable Mr. Johnson Gimli votes no.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia,
I vote no.
Mr. Johnson Assiniboia votes no.
Mr. Lagasse,
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Lajimodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Lajimodier votes no.
Mr. Lamont,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lamont votes yes.
Ms. Lamoureux,
I vote yes.
Ms. Lamoureux votes yes.
Ms. Laughlin,
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Lindsay,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lindsay votes yes.
Mr. Malloway,
I vote yes.
Mr. Malloway votes yes.
Ms. Marcelino,
I vote yes.
Ms. Marcelino votes yes.
Mr. Martin,
I vote no.
Mr. Martin votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski,
I vote no.
Mr. Mikuleski votes no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte,
I vote no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte votes no.
Mr. Moses,
I vote yes.
Mr. Moses votes yes.
Ms. Naylor,
I vote yes.
Ms. Naylor votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Peterson?
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Peterson votes no.
Mr. Reyes?
I vote no.
Mr. Reyes votes no.
Mr. Sala?
I vote yes.
Mr. Sala votes yes.
Mr. Sandhu?
I vote yes.
Mr. Sandhu votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Schuler?
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mr. Smith, Lajamodier?
I vote no.
Mr. Smith Lajamodier votes no.
Mrs. Smith, Point Douglas?
I vote yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes yes.
Mr. Teitzma?
I vote no.
Mr. Teitzma votes no.
Mr. Vazalev?
I vote yes.
Mr. Vasily votes yes.
Mr. Wishart?
I vote no.
Mr. Wishart votes no.
Mr. Wojciech?
I vote no.
Mr. Wojciech votes no.
Great job. Well done.
Yeas 20, nays 26.
The motion, or sorry, the amendment is accordingly defeated. We will now move on to bill number, still the same bill. Bill number 47, the Early Learning and Child Care Act. The member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for River Heights, that Bill 47 be amended in Clause 1, Subsection 1 by adding the following definition. School-age learning program means a program of developmentally appropriate learning experiences for school-age children that supports their social, emotional, physical, and cognitive development.
The member for Tyndall Park, I did not hear who your seconder was. River Heights?
Member for River Heights.
Moved by the member for Tyndall Park, seconded by the member for River Heights, that bill number 47 be dispense. The amendment appears to be in order, or the report stage amendment is in order. Debate can proceed. The member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We think that it's really important to be clear in legislation and fully define the terms in our amendment. And in this case, a school-age learning program is a developmentally appropriate learning experience for school-age children that supports their social, emotional, physical, and cognitive development. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers to this amendment? The Honorable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to rise to speak to this amendment on Bill 47, the Early Learning and Child Care Act. First off, I want to thank my colleague, the MLA for Tyndall Park, for bringing forward this amendment, and I want to commend her for her collaboration, her cooperation, and for sponsoring this amendment. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has disproportionately hurt women, and we must create a childcare system that is responsive to the diverse needs of our mothers as we move to reopen our economy and get Manitobans back to work and recover from this pandemic. That is what Bill 47 is about, creating a more diverse, flexible system that can respond to the needs of Manitoba families. This amendment would add into legislation the requirement for programming for school-age childcare spaces, something that has always been required in regulation, but should have been included in this bill, similar to requirements for infant and preschool spaces. This omission had caused concern in the sector and in the community, and I want to assure all Manitobans that it has always been our government's intent to ensure that school-age spaces and early learning childcare spaces are regulated. We are and always have been committed to providing a high-quality, robust childcare system to all Manitoba children who need it. That is why I'm pleased to accept this amendment today to ensure that this fundamental commitment is enshrined in legislation. It is great to work together with all members of this legislature, and I once again want to thank my colleague from Tyndall Park for bringing forward this important amendment.
Are there any further speakers to this amendment? Question: is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed and so ordered. We will now move on to the amendment is adopted. We will now move on to the next amendment to Bill 47, the Early Learning and Child Care Act. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for River Heights, that Bill 47 be amended by adding the following after Clause 8. School Age Learning Program 8.1, a licensed provider who provides care and supervision of one or more school-age children at a center must provide an approved school age learning program as part of the care and supervision.
It has been moved by the member for Tyndall Park, seconded by the honorable member for River Heights, that Bill number 47 be amended by adding the following after Clause 8. School Age Learning Program 8.1, a licensed provider who provides care and supervision of one or more school-age children at a center must provide an approved school-age learning program as part of the care and supervision. The amendment appears to be in order. Debate can proceed. The member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's important that children are being educated and that the care they're being provided with helps strengthen and helps them grow in their school-aged learning abilities. And this means supporting social, emotional, physical, and cognitive development. And that is why we are bringing this amendment forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to support this amendment and just want to once again thank my colleague from Tyndall Park for her research on this initiative and, more importantly, her collaboration. It is great to work with members opposite to ensure that our legislation supports all Manitoba families. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. I declare the amendment carried. We will now move on to report stage amendments, again, of Bill number 47, the Early Learning and Child Care Act. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for River Heights, that Bill 47 be amended by adding at least one member of the Advisory Council must be a member of the Manitoba Child Care Association at the end of Clause 60, subsection 3.
The proposed amendment to Bill number 47, the Early Learning and Child Care Act, moved by the Honourable Member for Tyndall Park, seconded by the Honourable Member for River Heights, that Bill 47 be amended by adding at least one member of the Advisory Council must be a member of the Manitoba Child Care Association at the end of Clause 60, bracket 3. The motion appears to be in order. Debate can begin. The member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her debate on these amendments thus far, and hopefully we can get 3 for 3 here. This last amendment is about using our resources. The Manitoba Child Care Association is here to benefit childcare here in Manitoba, and we want to be able to hear them out. We want to be able to learn from them, and we're hoping we can do this by giving them a spot at the table. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
I'd like to just thank the Manitoba Child Care Association for their work that they do on behalf of all Manitoba families. We already have a very robust policy to ensure that they have the seat at the table, and therefore this amendment is, while it was very something worth considering, and I appreciate the members' initiative in bringing this forward, we already do have that robust policy to ensure that they are at the table. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers to this amendment? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear a no. And all those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Mr. Member for River Heights, on division.
On division.
The amendment is defeated on division. We will now move on to Bill number 49. Oh, 61? I was looking at you. Bill number 61, the proposed amendment for the Apprenticeship and Certification Amendment Act. The Honourable Member for Flin Flon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from St. John's, that Bill number 61 be amended by replacing Clause 19A with the following. A, by replacing everything before Clause B with the following. Regulations 46 sub 1. After consulting with the board, the minister may make regulations A, prescribing the required experience of a person who is not a board member under item 3 of subsection 9, bracket 4. A.1 designated a trade for the purposes of subsection 18 sub 1.
The Honourable Member for Flin Flon, we seem to be on the wrong amendment. It should be Bill 61 amended Clause 6 by adding the following after proposed amendment 8 brackets 1.
My mistake, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I move, seconded by the member from St. John's, that Bill 61 be amended in Clause 6 by adding the following after the proposed subsection 8.1. Consultation before making bylaws. 8 sub 1.1 before.
Could you please continue?
I will do that as soon as I get the right thing here. All right, so 8 1.1. I just have a little mix-up in my papers here. Amendment Clause 6811. And I cannot find it here in the papers. So, just bear with me for a moment, please. I thought I had these all in order, but they do not seem to be.
On a point of order, the Minister of Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. I would suggest that if the member doesn't have the amendment prepared, perhaps he could proceed to a different amendment and revert to this one. Knowing it's going to be a long day in the House, we're just concerned about the pause. So is there a leave of the House to allow the member to proceed to his next amendment and revert to this one?
Agreed.
The Honorable Official Opposition House Leader. On the same point of order.
Miigwech, Acting Deputy Speaker. I am just going to ask my colleague to go, if we can just go back to my colleague one more time. I think that we have to just be a little bit flexible. Sometimes there's a little bit of a confusion with stuff over email. So I'm just going to ask him one more time, and then if so, perhaps we can entertain the minister's request.
Is the member from Flin Flon got the proper amendment now?
Just
the member for Flin Flon?
I ask leave for just a couple of minutes to get my papers in order.
What? Sorry
about that. So
I will, okay. Is the member for Flin Flon got what he needs?
I hope so. So I move.
The Minister of Justice on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, I'm wondering if we could maybe proceed, if there's leave of the House to proceed to the next bill on the docket for this afternoon, Bill 62.
I am ready,
and then revert to this bill when the member has found his materials.
Is it,
Mr. Deputy Speaker?
It's on the same point of order, the Official Opposition House Leader.
I think that the member for Flin Flon is ready now. I think we're all good to go.
Is the member for Flin Flon ready to go?
Yes.
The member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and my apologies for the confusion. I move, seconded by the member from St. John's, that Bill 61 be amended in Clause 6 by adding the following after the proposed subsection 8.1, consultation before making bylaws. 8 sub 1.1, before making a bylaw, the board must provide opportunities for consultation on the proposed bylaw with employers, employees, persons who provide technical training, and other stakeholders of the apprenticeship system.
It has been moved by the member for Flin Flon, seconded by the member for St. John's, that Bill number 61, the Apprenticeship and Certification Amendment Act, moved by the member for Flin Flon, seconded by the member from St. John, that Bill 61 be amended in Clause 6 by adding the following after proposed subsection 8 brackets 1. Spence? The amendment appears to be in order. The point of order has been dealt with. The member for Flin Flon has located the proper amendment. The floor is now open for debate. The member for Flin Flon.
Thank you very much, and I apologize to everyone for the confusion. When we had the committee hearing on this particular bill, pretty much everyone that was there was in agreement that some of the really important stuff that we talked about in bringing these amendments forward would have made perfect sense, and I hope the minister recalls those conversations we had that night, and particularly this one when it comes to consultation before making bylaws, that really it's making sure that employers, employees, persons who provide the technical training, and other stakeholders actually have a point or a part to play in developing any of these bylaws that come forward. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers to this amendment? The Honorable Minister of Economic Development and Jobs? No? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No. No.
I hear a no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The official opposition House Leader?
Assistant Deputy Speaker, a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been called, has been asked for. Call in the members. question before the House is amendment to Bill number 61 brought forward by the Honourable Member for Flin Flon, his first amendment to the bill. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Canoe,
Mr. Canoe.
Ms. Fontaine,
Ms. Fontaine.
Mr. Altamare,
Mr. Altamare.
MLA Asaguara,
MLA Asaguara.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Micklefield,
Mr. Micklefield.
We will now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member to clearly identify with "I vote yes" or "I vote no." Would the page please conduct the vote?
Ms. Adams,
I vote yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes.
Mr. Brar,
I vote yes.
Mr. Brar votes yes.
Mr. Bushy,
I vote yes.
Mr. Bushy votes yes.
Honorable Ms. Clark,
I vote no.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler,
Vote no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler votes no.
Honorable Mr. Iwasko,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Iwasko votes no.
Honorable Mr. Girard,
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Girard votes yes.
Mr. Ginter,
I vote no.
Mr. Ginter votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard,
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard votes no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer votes no.
Mr. Isleifson,
I vote no.
Mr. Isleifson votes no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli votes no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia,
I vote no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia votes no.
Mr. Lagasse,
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Lajimodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Lajimodier votes no.
Mr. Lamont,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lamont votes yes.
Ms. Lamoureux,
I vote yes.
Ms. Lamoureux votes yes.
Ms. Laughlin,
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Lindsay,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lindsay votes yes.
Mr. Malloway,
I vote yes.
Mr. Malloway votes yes.
Ms. Marcelino,
I vote yes.
Ms. Marcelino votes yes.
Mr. Martin,
I vote no.
Mr. Martin votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski,
I vote no.
Mr. Mikuleski votes no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte,
I vote no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte votes no.
Mr. Moses,
I vote yes.
Mr. Moses votes yes.
Ms. Naylor,
I vote yes.
Ms. Naylor votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Peterson,
Vote no.
Honorable Mr. Peterson votes no.
Mr. Reyes,
I vote no.
Mr. Reyes votes no.
Mr. Sala,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sala votes yes.
Mr. Sandhu,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sandhu votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Schuler,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mr. Smith Lajamodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Smith Lajamodier votes no.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
I vote yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes yes.
Mr. Teitzma,
I vote no.
Mr. Teitzma votes no.
Mr. Voslev,
I vote yes.
Mr. Vasily votes yes.
Mr. Wishart,
I vote no.
Mr. Wishart votes no.
Mr. Wochuk,
I vote no.
Mr. Wochuk votes no. Yeas 20, nays 24. You might.
The amendment is accordingly defeated. The time being 4 p.m., I am now interrupting debate to put the question on the remaining report stage amendments without further debate or amendment on the following specified bills. Bill 5, 6, 33, 49, 52, 61, 62, and 63. The House will not adjourn until all the applicable questions have been put. In accordance with our rules, all matters of privilege and points of order are deferred until after these actions have been concluded. If there are any applicable report stage amendments that have yet to be moved, the member bringing the report stage amendment forward will move the motion, but with no debate. For each report stage amendment, the sponsor will move the report stage amendment and send the motion up to the Speaker, who will start reading the report stage amendment back to the House. The Speaker will then rule on the orderliness of the report stage amendment. Then the question will be put on the report stage amendment without further debate or amendments. I will now call on the honorable member for River Heights to move the report stage amendment to bill number 5 without debate. The honorable member for River Heights. Could the honorable member for River Heights please unmute himself?
My apologies. I move, seconded by the MLA for Tyndall Park, that Bill 5 be amended in the title of the English version by striking out fee and substituting tax.
The proposed amendment to Bill 5, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis it has been moved by the member for River Heights, seconded by the member for Tyndall Park, that Bill 5 be amended in the title of the English version by striking out FEE and substitute tax. The amendment appears to be in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
Yes.
I hear a no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost.
On division, Mr. Speaker.
The honorable member for River Heights.
On division.
On division, the amendment has been lost on division. We're just taking a minute to switch speakers, so we will be right back.
Now we'll continue with Bill 5, the amendment. The honourable member for River Heights.
I move, seconded by the MLA for Tyndall Park, that Bill 5 be amended in Clause 2 of the English version. A, in the proposed section 101.33 by striking out fee and substituting tax in the section heading and in the section, and B, in the proposed subsection 101.34 by striking out fee and substituting tax in the section heading and in the part before Clause A.
It has been moved by the honourable member for River Heights, second by the honourable member for Tyndall Park. Dispense. Before we continue, I just want to have leave from the House to report with this. Consider as written in Hansard. It was sort of misread from the. No problem. Okay, agreed. So we're going to have it through text on Hansard. Agreed from the House. The motion is in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
No.
Yes.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost.
Mr. Speaker, on
The
division.
honourable member for River Heights?
On division.
I declare the amendment lost on division. So now we'll go on to the next report stage amendment. And again, it's the honourable member for River Heights.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move, seconded by the MLA for Tyndall Park, that Bill 5 be amended in Clause 3 by striking out fee wherever it occurs in the proposed Clause 157(1)J of the English version and substituting tax.
It has been moved by the honourable member for River Heights, second by the honourable member for Tyndall Park, that Bill 5 be amended in Clause 3 by striking out fee whenever it occurs in the dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Yes.
No. I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost.
Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for River Heights?
On division.
I declare the amendment lost on division. Now we'll go on to the next one. Bear with me here. We'll go into bill number 6. Okay, we're going to bill 6. We'll go into bill number 6. And the only member for River Heights.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move, seconded by the MLA for Tyndall Park, that Bill 6 be amended in Clause 3A in the proposed section 101.18.1 by striking out except and substituting subject to subsection 2 and except, and B, by renumbering the proposed section 101.18.1 as subsection 101.18.11 and adding the following as subsection 101.18.12, no consumption where young persons assemble. 101.18.12, a person must not consume cannabis on or in premises where young persons regularly assemble, such as the premises of a public or independent school, a playground, or an early learning and childcare center.
The report stage amendment is in order. It has been moved by the honourable member for River Heights, second by the honourable member for Tyndall Park, that bill number 6. Dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Now is the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
Yes.
No, I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost. So we'll go on to continue on bill number 6. Bill number. Okay, we're done on 6. Now we'll go to bill 33. And the honourable member for St. Batel. The honourable member for St. Batel, can you unmute your mic? If I can get the honourable member for St. Batel to turn on their camera. Okay, we have the honourable member for St. Batel.
Apologies. We're on the amendment.
Go ahead, the honourable member for St. Batel.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're on the amendment for Bill 33.
Bill number 33.
Okay.
Yes, you have to move your first amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for Wolseley, that Bill 33 be amended, Clause 4, striking out a proposed subsection 2.2, bracket 5.
It has been moved by the honourable member. Just 1 second here. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to let the member for St. Batel, you actually went on your second amendment, not your first one. So if I get you to read your first amendment, and then we'll proceed with this. The honourable member for St. Batel. We have to go by order.
I move, seconded by the honourable member for Wolseley, that Bill 33 be amended in Clause 4 by adding, after consulting with university board and the relevant student unions or associations, at the end of the proposed subsection 2.2, bracket 1.
Okay. Okay, it has been moved by the honourable member for St. Batel, second by the honourable member for Wolseley, that bill number 33 be amended to clause 4 by adding, after consulting with the university, that dispense. I just want to also have the will, if it's okay with the House, to that we agree in the House that we can actually consider as written on the amendment to be put in Hansard. Is it agreed for agreed? And so ordered. So we'll put this, basically the amendment that has been written in to be put on in Hansard. Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, now the report stage amendment is in order. And now, is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
No. I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Miigwech, Deputy Speaker, recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been declared. Call in the members. The question before the House is the first amendment of Bill number 33 brought forward by the Honourable Member for St. Vital. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Okay. Ms. Fontaine?
Ms. Fontaine.
Mr. Altamare?
Mr. Altamare.
MLA Asagwara?
MLA Asagwara.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Friesen?
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Cullen?
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Micklefield?
Mr. Micklefield.
We'll now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member to clearly identify I vote yes or I vote no. Would the page please conduct the vote?
Ms. Adams?
I vote yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes.
Mr. Brar?
I vote yes.
Mr. Brar votes yes.
Mr. Bushy?
I vote yes.
Mr. Bushy votes yes.
Honorable Ms. Clark?
I vote no.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler?
Vote no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler votes no.
Honorable Mr. Owasco?
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Owasco votes no.
Honorable Mr. Girard?
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Girard votes yes.
Mr. Ginter?
I vote no.
Mr. Ginter votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard?
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard votes no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer?
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer votes no.
Mr. Isleifson?
I vote no.
Mr. Isleifson votes no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli?
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli votes no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia?
I vote no.
Mr. Johnson, Assiniboia votes no.
Mr. Lagasse?
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Lajamodier?
I vote no.
Mr. Lajamodier votes no.
Mr. Lamont?
I vote yes.
Mr. Lamont votes yes.
Ms. Lamoureux?
I vote yes.
Ms. Lamoureux votes yes.
Ms. Laughlin?
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Lindsay?
I vote yes.
Mr. Lindsay votes yes.
Mr. Malloway?
I vote yes.
Mr. Malloway votes yes.
Ms. Marcelino?
Ms. Marcelino? Becky, she's mute. Ms. Marcelino, are you muted? She's not on the call? Oh, okay. She's apparently not on the call. We'll move on.
Mr. Martin?
I vote no.
Mr. Martin votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski?
I vote no.
Mr. Mikuleski votes no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte?
I vote no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte votes no.
Mr. Moses?
I vote yes.
Mr. Moses votes yes.
Ms. Naylor?
I vote yes.
Ms. Naylor votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Peterson?
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Peterson votes no.
Mr. Reyes?
I vote no.
Mr. Reyes votes no.
Mr. Sala?
I vote yes.
Mr. Sala votes yes.
Mr. Sandhu?
I vote yes.
Mr. Sandhu votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Schuler,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mr. Smith Lajimodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Smith Lajmodier votes no.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
I vote yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes yes.
Mr. Smook,
I vote no.
Mr. Smook votes no.
Mr. Teitzma,
I vote no.
Mr. Teitzma votes no.
Mr. Vosiliv,
I vote yes.
Mr. Vosiliv votes yes.
Mr. Wishart,
I vote no.
Mr. Wishart votes no.
Mr. Wochuk.
I vote no.
Mr. Wojciech votes no. Thank you, Justin. Yeas 18, nays 25.
I declare the motion defeated. Now we'll continue on Bill 33, the second stage, report stage, the second one. The honourable member for St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the honourable member for Wolseley, that Bill 33 be amended in Clause 4 by striking out the proposed subsections 2.2 bracket 3 and bracket 4.
It has been moved by the honourable member for St. Vital, seconded by the honourable member for Wolseley, that Bill 33 be amended in Clause 4 by striking out and propose subsection 2.2, 3, and 4. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear no.
Yes.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I declare the amendment lost. The Honourable Government Opposition House Leader.
On division, Deputy Speaker.
I declare the amendment lost on division. So we'll go on to the third stage amendment on Bill number 33. The honourable member for St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the honourable member for Wolseley, that Bill 33 be amended in Clause 4 by striking out the proposed subsection 2.2 bracket 5.
It has been moved by the honourable member for St. Vital, seconded by the honourable member for Wolseley, that Bill 33 be amended in Clause 4 by striking out the proposed subsection 2.25. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
A recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been declared. Call in the members. The question before us in the House is amendment number 3 of Bill 33, brought forward by the honourable member for St. Vital. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Ms. Fontaine,
Ms. Fontaine,
Mr. Altamare,
Mr. Altamare,
MLA Asiguara.
MLA Asiguara.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Mr. Micklefield.
Mr. Micklefield.
We'll now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member to clearly identify I vote yes or I vote no. Would the page please conduct the vote?
Ms. Adams,
I vote yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes.
Mr. Brar,
I vote yes.
Mr. Brar votes yes.
Mr. Bushy,
I vote yes.
Mr. Bushy votes yes.
Honorable Mrs. Clark,
I vote no.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler votes no.
Honorable Mr. Iwasko,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Iwasko votes no.
Honorable Mr. Gerard,
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Gerard votes yes.
Mr. Ginter,
I vote no.
Mr. Ginter votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard,
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard votes no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer votes no.
Mr. Isleifson,
I vote no.
Mr. Isleifson votes no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli votes no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia,
I vote no.
Mr. Johnson, Assiniboia votes no.
Mr. Lagasse,
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Lajimodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Lajimodier votes no.
Mr. Lamont,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lamont votes yes.
Ms. Lamoureux,
I vote yes.
Ms. Lamoureux votes yes.
Ms. Laughlin,
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Lindsay,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lindsay votes yes.
Mr. Malloway,
I vote yes.
Mr. Malloway votes yes.
Mr. Martin,
I vote no.
Mr. Martin votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski,
I vote no.
Mr. Mikuleski votes no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte,
I vote no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte votes no.
Mr. Moses,
I vote yes.
Mr. Moses votes yes.
Ms. Naylor,
I vote, I vote yes.
Ms. Naylor votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Peterson,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Peterson votes no.
Mr. Reyes,
I vote no.
Mr. Reyes votes no.
Mr. Sala,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sala votes yes.
Mr. Sandhu,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sandhu votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Schuler,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mr. Smith Lajimodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Smith Lajmodier votes no.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
I vote yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes yes.
Mr. Smook,
I vote no.
Mr. Smook votes no.
Mr. Teitzma,
I vote no.
Mr. Teitzma votes no.
Mr. Vazalev,
I vote yes.
Mr. Vazalev votes yes.
Mr. Wishart,
I vote no.
Mr. Wishart votes no.
Mr. Wojcik,
I vote no.
Mr. Mr. Wojcik votes no. Thank you, Nick. Yeas 18, nays 25.
The motion is accordingly defeated. Now we'll go on to report stage.
Okay.
Now we'll move on to report stage amendment number 4 on for bill number 33, and the honourable member for St. Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the honourable member for Wolseley, that Bill 33 be amended in Clause 4 by striking out the proposed subsection 2.2 bracket 7.
It has been moved by the honourable member for St. Patel, seconded by the honourable member for Wolseley, that bill number 33 be amended to clause 4 by striking out the proposed subsection 22.27. This report stage amendment is in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
No. I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the honourable opposition House Leader.
A recorded vote, Deputy Speaker.
A recorded vote has been declared. Call in the members. The question before the House is Amendment Number 4, the Bill 33 brought forward by the Honourable Member for St. Patel. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Ms. Fontaine,
Ms. Fontaine,
Mr. Altamare,
Mr. Altamare,
MLA Asaguara,
MLA Asaguara,
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Mr. Micklefield,
Mr. Micklefield.
We'll now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member clearly identifying I vote yes or I vote no. Would the page please conduct the vote?
Ms. Adams,
I vote yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes.
Mr. Brar,
I vote yes.
Mr. Brar votes yes.
Mr. Bushy,
I vote yes.
Mr. Bushy votes yes.
Honorable Ms. Clark,
I vote no.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler votes no.
Honorable Mr. Iwasko,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Iwasko votes no.
Honorable Mr. Gerard,
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Gerard votes yes.
Mr. Ginter,
I vote no.
Mr. Ginter votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard,
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard votes no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer votes no.
Mr. Isleifson,
I vote no.
Mr. Isleifson votes no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli votes no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia,
I vote no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia votes no.
Mr. Lagasse,
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Lajimodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Lajimodier votes no.
Mr. Lamont,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lamont votes yes.
Ms. Lamoureux,
I vote yes.
Ms. Lamoureux votes yes.
Ms. Laughlin,
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Lindsay,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lindsay votes yes.
Ms. Marcelino,
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Malloway?
I vote yes.
Mr. Malloway votes yes.
Ms. Marcelino,
I vote yes.
Ms. Marcelino votes yes.
Mr. Martin,
I vote no.
Mr. Martin votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski,
I vote no.
Mr. Mikuleski votes no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte,
I vote no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte votes no.
Mr. Moses,
I vote yes.
Mr. Moses votes yes.
Ms. Naylor,
I vote yes.
Ms. Naylor votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Peterson,
Vote no.
Honorable Mr. Peterson votes no.
Mr. Reyes,
I vote no.
Mr. Reyes votes no.
Mr. Sala,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sala votes yes.
Mr. Sandu,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sandu votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Schuler,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mr. Smith Lajimodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Smith Lajimodier votes no.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
I vote yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes yes.
Mr. Smook,
I vote no.
Mr. Smook votes no.
Mr. Teitzma,
I vote no.
Mr. Teitzma votes no.
Mr. Voslev,
I vote yes.
Mr. Vosley votes yes.
Mr. Weeb,
I vote yes.
Mr. Weeb votes yes.
Mr. Wishart,
I vote no.
Mr. Wishart votes no.
Mr. Wojcik.
I vote no.
Mr. Wojcik votes no. Thank you, Megan. Yeas 20, nays 25.
The motion is accordingly defeated. Now we'll go on to number one of report stage amendment number one within the name of the honourable member for Tyndall Park. The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for River Heights, that Bill 33 be amended in Clause 4 by adding the following as subsection 2.2 5.1.
Just 1 second. Order. Yeah, I guess when the honourable member for Tyndall Park, I guess this is one of the amendments that that you proceed without not proceeding with this certain amendment, and because the other ones you are proceeding.
Yeah, so she needs to indicate.
She has. You have to indicate that this is the one that you're not going to proceed with
Before she does the other.
before you can do the other ones. So the honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Do you want me to proceed with my second amendment?
I would say that if we can just, with this certain amendment, if you can say that, basically we're proceed with, not proceeding with this amendment.
She needs to indicate on the record that she can't proceed with the first one.
Okay, you have to be on record to say that you're not going to proceed with the first one. So if you can just say that,
Okay.
so it gets enhanced. Okay, the honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To put on record here, I will not be proceeding with the First Amendment.
Now we'll go on to number two amendment from the honourable member for Tyndall Park, and you can proceed. The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for River Heights, that Bill 33 be amended in Clause 4 by adding the following as subsection 2.2 5.1, consultation required, 2.2 5.1, before issuing a guideline or making a regulation under this section, the minister must consult with the student unions, student organizations, faculty organizations, and board of each university affected by the guideline or regulation.
It has been moved by the honourable member for Tyndall Park, seconded by the member for River Heights, that Bill number 33 be amended in Clause 4 by adding the following as subsections 2.2 5.1. Consultation required, 2.2 5.1. Before issuing the guidelines and making a regulation under this section. Dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment defeated. Okay, we'll go on to number...
On division, Mr. Speaker.
On the member for River Heights?
On division.
On the amendment is defeated on division. Okay, and the next one, the honourable member for Tyndall Park, again, this one, you're going to have to, if you indicate that you're not going to proceed with this amendment then. Same what you did on the first one.
Okay, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had initially brought forward 3 amendments. I am still choosing not to proceed on the very first amendment. This is now my 3rd amendment I would like to proceed on.
Just one moment, please. Yeah, this is what consequential. If the first one would have passed, then this one can't proceed because it's sort of amendment out of amendment.
Okay, I'm just
It's consequential. It's consequential to the First Amendment that was withdrawn.
Okay, so therefore this amendment cannot be brought forward?
That's correct. That's correct.
So you should just say she's not.
You just have to say that you're not proceeding with this amendment.
Okay, I will not be proceeding with this amendment.
Okay, so then we'll move on to amendment number 4. The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
I move, seconded by the member for River Heights, that Bill 33 be amended in Clause 4 by adding the following after the proposed subsection 2.27. Average tuition fees are not to exceed those of most populous provinces. The minister may also direct the Minister of Finance to make deductions in the grants requisitioned for universities under Section 9.1 if the minister is reasonably satisfied that the average tuition fees charged by the universities exceed the lowest average tuition fees charged by the universities in any of the 4 provinces of Canada that have the highest population.
It has been moved by the honourable member for Tyndall Park, seconded by the honourable member for River Heights, that Bill number 33 dispense. Before we move on, I just want to leave to the House to have this amendment to be considered as written on the text of the amendment. Is it in order for the House to agree?
Agreed.
Agreed, and so ordered. So the report stage amendment is in order. This is a pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment.
No.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost. So, okay, now we'll go on to the next bill, which would be bill number 49.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go into Bill 49, amendment number, report stage amendment number 1. The honourable member for
Yes, thank you very much, Mr.
Just one
Deputy
second,
Speaker.
the honourable member for St. Boniface. Give us 1 minute here. The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for River Heights, that Bill 49 be amended by striking out Clause 5.
It has been moved by the honourable member for St. Boniface, second by the member for River Heights, that bill dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
Yes.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinions, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost. So now we'll go on to amendment number 2 on the same bill, 49. The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for Tyndall Park, that Bill 49 be amended by striking out Clause 10, bracket 2.
It has been moved by the honourable member for St. Boniface, seconded by the honourable member for Tyndall Park, that bill number 49 be amended by striking out Clause 10.2. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear there no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinions, the nays have it. I declare the amendment lost. So now I'll go on to this same bill, amendment, report stage amendment
On
number
division.
3. Member from River Heights, I declare the amendment lost on division. So now we'll go on to report stage number 3 of bill number 49. The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for River Heights, that Bill 49 be amended by replacing Clause 15, bracket 3, bracket B with the following B, by replacing Clause B with the following B. If the information is not available to the public within 60 days after the applicant's request is received, respond to the applicant's request in writing within 15 days after the last day of the 60-day period and not refuse access to the information under subsection 1.
It has been moved by the honourable member for St. Boniface, second by the honourable member for River Heights dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
No.
I hear no's. All in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, as the nays have it, I declare the amendment lost.
On division, Mr.
Oh, the honourable member on River Heights, I declare the amendment lost on division. So now we'll go on to bill number 52. Bill 52, I guess the honourable member for River Heights. The honourable member for River Heights, can you unmute your mic?
Yep. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move, seconded by the MLA for St. Boniface, that Bill 52 be amended in Clause 21(2) by replacing the proposed subsection 14(1) of the Public Health Act with the following: report on health status of Manitobans. 14(1). Beginning in 2021, the Chief Public Health Officer must give the Minister an annual report on the health status of Manitobans.
It has been moved by the honourable member for River Heights, seconded by the honourable member for St. Boniface, that bill number 52 be amended to clauses 2.2 dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
Yes.
No.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinions, the nays have it.
On division.
The honourable member for River Heights?
On division, Mr. Speaker.
I declare the amendment lost on division. Yeah, I just wanted to remind you, we're going into Bill 61. We've already done the first amendment for Bill number 61. So now we're on to the second amendment for Bill 61. In the member's name, the honourable member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from St. John's, that Bill 61 be amended in Clause 6 by striking out employers.
Oh, the other member from Flin Flon, I think we lost your audio. I'll get you to start over if you have that audio back. The other member from Flin Flon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from St. John's, that Bill 61 be amended in Clause 6 by striking out employers and employees in the proposed subsection 9 sub 2 and substituting employers, employees, and apprentices.
The report stage amendment is in order. Is it a pleasure of the House to adopt the... Sorry, I have to read this out. It was moved by the honourable member for Flin Flon, seconded by the honourable member for St. John's, that Bill 61 be amended to dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it a pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
No, I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The honourable opposition House Leader.
On division, Deputy Speaker.
I declare the amendment lost on division. So we'll go on to report stage amendment number 3 of bill number 61. The honourable member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from St. John's again, I guess, that Bill 61 be amended in Clause 6 by replacing the proposed subsection 9 sub 4 with the following: composition of committees. 9 sub 4, a committee must be composed in accordance with the following rules. 1, the number of committee members who represent the interests of employers and the number of committee members who represent the interest of employees must be equal. Number 2, one member of a committee must represent the interest of apprentices. the member is a non-voting member. Number 3, the board may appoint a person who is not a member of the board to a committee only if the person has the prescribed experience.
It has been moved by the honourable member for Flin Flon, seconded by the honourable member for St. John's, that bill number 61 dispense. The report of the report stage amendment is in order. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear no. All those in favor, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinions, the nays have it. The honourable opposition House Leader.
Deputy Speaker, a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been declared. Call in the members.
Is that Ian?
I think so.
So funny.
No, if it's just.
The question before the House is the amendment number 4 of Bill number 61 brought forward by the honourable member for Flin Flon. All those in the chamber, please rise. And all those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Canoe,
Mr. Canoe,
Ms. Fontaine,
Ms. Fontaine,
Mr. Altamare,
Mr. Altamare,
Emily Asagora.
Emily Asagora.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Wharton,
Honorable Mr. Wharton,
Mr. Micklefield.
Mr. Micklefield.
We will now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member clearly identifying I vote yes or I vote no. Would the page please conduct the vote? I just wanted to, there's somebody who has their mic on, and there's a background noise. If they can, everybody can check their mics to make sure that they're turned off. Now I'll have the page please conduct the vote.
Ms. Adams,
I vote yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes.
Mr. Brar,
I vote yes.
Mr. Brar votes yes.
Mr. Bushy,
I vote yes.
Mr. Bushy votes yes.
Honorable Ms. Clark,
I vote no.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Cox,
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Clark Cox, pardon me, votes no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler,
I vote no.
Mr. Eichler votes no.
Honorable Mr. Owasco,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Owasco votes no.
Honorable Mr. Gerard,
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Gerard votes yes.
Mr. Ginter,
I vote no.
Mr. Ginter votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard,
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard votes no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer votes no.
Mr. Eastleifson,
I vote no.
Mr. Islifson votes no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli votes no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia,
I vote no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia votes no.
Mr. Lagacy,
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Lajemodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Lajemodier votes no.
Ms. Lamoureux,
I vote yes.
Ms. Lamoureux votes yes.
Ms. Laughlin,
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Lindsay,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lindsay votes yes.
Mr. Malloway,
I vote yes.
Mr. Malloway votes yes.
Ms. Marcelino,
I vote yes.
Ms. Marcelino votes yes.
Mr. Martin,
I vote no.
Mr. Martin votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski,
I vote no.
Mr. Mikuleski votes no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte,
I vote no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte votes no.
Mr. Moses,
I vote yes.
Mr. Moses votes yes.
Ms. Naylor,
I vote yes.
Ms. Naylor votes yes.
Mr. Nesbitt,
I vote no.
Mr. Nesbitt votes no.
Honorable Mr. Peterson,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Peterson votes no.
Mr. Reyes,
I vote no.
Mr. Reyes votes no.
Mr. Sala,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sala votes yes.
Mr. Sandhu,
I vote yes.
Mr. Sandhu votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Schuler,
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mr. Smith Lajemodier,
I vote no.
Mr. Smith Lajemodier votes no.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
I vote yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes yes.
Mr. Smook,
I vote no.
Mr. Smook votes no.
Mr. Teitzma,
I vote no.
Mr. Teitzma votes no.
Mr. Vasiliv,
I vote yes.
Mr. Vasily votes yes.
Mr. Wiebe?
I vote yes.
Mr. Wiebe votes yes.
Mr. Wishart?
I vote no.
Mr. Wishart votes no.
Mr. Wochak?
I vote no.
Mr. Wochak votes no. Yeas 20, nays 28.
The motion is accordingly defeated. So now we'll go on to report stage number 4 of bill number 61. The honourable member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from Kiwetinock, that Bill 61 be amended in Clause 6 by striking out "not be inconsistent with" in the proposed section 9.3 and substituting "meet or exceed."
It has been moved by the honourable member for Flin Flon. Second, dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
I hear no. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Yay!
In my opinion, the nays have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
On division, Deputy Speaker.
I declare the amendment lost on division. So we'll go on to report stage number 5 on bill number 61. The honourable member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from Transcona, that Bill 61 be amended by replacing Clause 19A with the following. A, replacing everything before Clause B with the following. Regulations. 46 sub 1. After consulting with the board, the minister may make regulations. A, prescribing the required experience of a person who is not a board member under item 3 of subsection 9 sub 4. A.1, designating a trade for the purposes of subsection 18 sub 1.
It has been moved by the honourable member for Flin Flon, second by the honourable member for Transcona, that bill number 61 dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Yeah.
I hear no.
Yes.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Yay!
In my opinion, the nays have it. The honourable Opposition House Leader.
On division, Deputy Speaker.
I declare the amendment lost on division. So we'll go on to bill number 62. The honourable member for River Heights.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move, seconded by the MLA for Tyndall Park, that Bill 62 be amended in Clause 4 by adding the following after the proposed subsection 13.2 in brackets 2. No restriction on activities. 13.2.3, for certainty, nothing in subsection 2 restricts the ability of one or more persons to engage in the following activities as long as the activity does not interfere with the vehicle being used to transport or keep a commercial animal. A, peacefully assembling on public property. B, taking photographs or recording images of the vehicle or the commercial animals being transported or kept in the vehicle.
It has been moved by the honourable member for River Heights, second by the honourable member for Tyndall Park, that bill number 60 be amended to clause dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Yes.
No. I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
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 All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Mr.
The
Speaker,
honourable member
on
for River
division.
Heights.
On division.
I declare the amendment lost on division. So we'll go on to the same bill. And this time, the honourable member for The Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for St. James, that Bill 62 be amended in Clause 4, A, by striking out the proposed Section 13.2 and B, in the part of the proposed subsection 13.3 bracket 1 before Clause A, by striking out sections 13.1 and 13.2 and substituting section 13.1.
It has been moved by the honourable member for Burrows. Dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, is the nays have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Deputy Speaker, a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been declared called on the members. The question before the House is report stage amendment number of Bill number 62, brought forward by the honourable member for Burrows. All those in favor of all those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Canoe?
Mr. Canoe.
Ms. Fontaine?
Ms. Fontaine.
Mr. Altamare?
Mr. Altamar.
MLA Asagwara?
MLA Seguara.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson.
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson.
Honorable Mr. Fielding.
Honorable Mr. Fielding.
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Micklefield.
Mr. Micklefield.
We'll now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member clearly identifying I vote yes or I vote no. Would the page please conduct the vote?
Ms. Adams.
I vote yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes.
Mr. Brar.
I vote yes.
Mr. Brar votes yes.
Mr. Bushy.
I vote yes.
Mr. Bushy votes yes.
Honorable Ms. Clark.
I vote no.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Cox.
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Cox votes no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler.
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Eichler votes no.
Honorable Mr. Iwascom.
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Iwasco votes no.
Honorable Mr. Gerard.
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Gerard votes yes.
Mr. Ginter.
I vote no.
Mr. Ginter votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard.
I vote no.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard votes no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer.
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Helwer votes no.
Mr. Isleifson.
I vote no.
Mr. Isleifson votes no.
Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli.
Honorable.
Honorable Mr.
vote
Johnson.
no.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli votes no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia.
I vote no.
Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia votes no.
Mr. Lagasse.
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Lashmodier.
I vote no.
Mr. Lashmodier votes no.
Ms. Lamoureux.
I vote yes.
Ms. Lamoureux votes yes.
Ms. Laughlin.
I vote yes.
Ms. Laughlin votes yes.
Mr. Lindsay.
Nope, sorry, I vote yes.
Mr. Lindsay votes yes.
Mr. Malloway.
I vote yes.
Mr. Malloway votes yes.
Ms. Marcelino.
I vote yes.
Ms. Marcelino votes yes.
Mr. Martin.
I vote no.
Mr. Martin votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski.
I vote no.
Mr. Mikuleski votes no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte.
I vote no.
Ms. Morley Lecomte votes no.
Mr. Moses.
I vote yes.
Mr. Moses votes yes.
Ms. Naylor.
I vote yes.
Ms. Naylor votes yes.
Mr. Nesbitt.
I vote no.
Mr. Nesbitt votes no.
Honorable Mr. Peterson.
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Peterson votes no.
Mr. Reyes.
I vote no.
Mr. Reyes votes no.
Mr. Sala.
I vote yes.
Mr. Sala votes yes.
Mr. Sandu.
I vote yes.
Mr. Sandu votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Schuler.
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Schuler votes no.
Mr. Smith Lashmodier.
I vote no.
Mr. Smith Lajamodier votes no.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas.
I vote yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes yes.
Mr. Smook.
I vote no.
Mr. Smook votes no.
Mr. Teitzma.
I vote no.
Mr. Teitzma votes no.
Mr. Vazalev.
I vote yes.
Mr. Vasily votes yes.
Mr. Weeb.
I vote yes.
Mr. Weeb votes yes.
Mr. Wishart.
I vote no.
Mr. Wishart votes no.
Mr. Wochuk.
I vote no.
Mr. Wochuk votes no. Yeas 20, nays 30.
The motion is accordingly defeated. Now we'll move on to Bill number 63, the first report stage amendment. The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the MLA for Tyndall Park, that Bill 63 be amended in Clause 3.1 by striking out in quotation marks lawn or end of quotation marks in the proposed subclause Clause 1.1a, Roman numeral 4.
It has been moved by the honourable member for River Heights, seconded by the honourable member for Tyndall Park, that Bill number 63 be dispensed. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Yes.
No.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The honourable member for River Heights.
On division. Mr.
I declare the amendment lost on division. So now we'll go on to the report stage amendment number 2 for Bill number 63. The honourable member for River Heights.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the MLA for Tyndall Park, that Bill 63 be amended in Clause 3.2 by adding road or after uses in the proposed Clause 1.1a.
It has been moved by the honourable member for River Heights, seconded by the honourable member for Tyndall Park, that Bill number 63 be amended in Clauses 3-2 by adding road or after uses a in the proposed clause dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Yes.
I hear no. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The honourable member for River Heights.
On division.
I declare the amendment lost on division. So now we'll go on to amendment number 3. The honourable member for River Heights.
I move, seconded by the MLA for Tyndall Park, that Bill 63 be amended in Clause 3.2 by striking out or at the end of the proposed Clause 1.1a, adding or at the end of the proposed Clause 1.1b, and adding the following after the proposed Clause 1.1b. C, unintentionally enters on the lands or premises.
It has been moved by the honourable member for River Heights, seconded by the dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
No. Yes.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinions, the nays have it. The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, on division.
I declare the amendment lost on division. So now we'll go into the fourth amendment and the last amendment for Bill number 63. The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, I move, seconded by the MLA for Tyndall Park, that Bill 63 be amended in Clause 3.3 by adding the following after the proposed Clause 1.3.1. C, D, an Indigenous person who is exercising their Aboriginal rights or treaty rights.
It has been moved by the honourable member for River Heights, seconded by the honourable member for Tyndall Park, that Bill number dispense. The report stage amendment is in order. Is it pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? I hear no. All those in favor, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. The honourable member for River Heights.
On division.
I declare the amendment lost on division. That concludes all the amendments. The hour being 5 p.m. After 5 p.m., the House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 1:30 in the afternoon, p.m. in the afternoon tomorrow.